Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Edgehill University. I'm Bernard Laverty and I'm the Chair of the Governing Body and Pro-Chancellor, and it's my great pleasure to declare this congregation open.
Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, colleagues, graduands, friends and family. First thing I want to say is it's hot, isn't it? And you're going to be sat here for a while, and this is a formal ceremony. So please, if you haven't already, loosen your tie, undo the top button, sit back and relax. That's what I'm trying to do. My name is Leslie Munro. I'm Clerk to the Governors here, and I'm delighted to be delivering this opening address today. So, a very good morning to you all. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this ceremony to celebrate the achievement of our graduates, your loved ones, here on the stunning campus where they have studied. This is the last day in a week which will have seen 16 ceremonies in total, and all of them have been hot. And all of them are special to us because when students join Edgehill, they become part of the Edgehill community, special members of a very large family. And it's great to be able to hold this particular family party in our own backyard. I do hope you'll enjoy your day here and take the opportunity to look around. It's your campus too, and you're welcome anytime. So, today's party is a celebration of academic achievement, your academic achievement. And in graduating from Edgehill University, you are graduating from an outstanding university. Rated top in the Northwest for student satisfaction, and with an enviable graduate employment rate of 95% within 6 months of leaving, placing us as one of the top public universities in England for this indicator. More importantly for you, our graduates today, we are also recognised in the top flight of providers for teacher education, with the exceptional quality of training and the excellent support from tutors and mentors, receiving particular commendation in the recent Ofsted inspection completed in June this year. In celebrating the achievement of our graduates today, we are also celebrating your achievement in getting them this far, the love and support you've shown, and no doubt the odd financial handout you've given along the way. I wish I could say that'll be the last time you'll need to put your hand in your pocket, but my personal experience tells me this is very unlikely. Still, here you are today, bursting with pride and ready to cheer them on as we go through this ceremony. But first, we, the staff and the students, would like to thank you for all the encouragement you have given and the difference you've made, and give you a well-deserved round of applause. This year, it's been harder than ever to find the uplifting good news stories that I usually use to provide a context and a backdrop to these ceremonies. In a year when we remember the personal bravery and sacrifice of so many in the First World War, and how easy it is for events to drive actions which have uncalculated costs, we are again living through times of great uncertainty, politically, socially, and economically, and there has been little to lift the spirits. Even sporting heroes are hard to find. An ignominious exit from the World Cup, a dismal series of cricket and rugby union performances, no Murray Magic at Wimbledon, and Mark Cavendish and Chris Froome both crashing out quite literally in the Tour de France. That will change with the Commonwealth Games, but for now, we must look for inspiration elsewhere. And perhaps it's no bad thing to look closer to home and out of the headlines for heroes. So I make no apology this year for turning to our own students and paying tribute to the amazing contribution they make every day to our communities, particularly through their volunteering and charity work. I know that many of you here today give a considerable amount of your time willingly, both to fundraising and on a practical level, to coaching and mentoring in schools and clubs, and to working in many different ways with the young, the elderly and the disadvantaged. This university has a long history of providing access to opportunity, going back to our roots in 1885, as the country's first non-denominational teacher training college for women. Our colours are those of the suffragettes, and the principles of equality and inclusivity remain at the heart of our mission today. It is a joy to see our values reflected through the voluntary work students do, and a sadness that this kind of commitment from our young people is so rarely the focus of press and media attention. I salute you all. For me personally, there have been some other reasons to smile this year. Speaking as a woman of more mature years, seeing Dolly Parton in action at Glastonbury was a delight. What a woman. And there is a relevance here for those who are graduating today too. Dolly is also a passionate believer in providing access to opportunity, and especially in getting young children to read, recognising the importance of literacy in raising aspiration and unlocking potential. Her project, Imagination Library, provides a free book every month for children under 5, covered by a registered scheme. Launched in the UK in Rotherham in 2007, operation here in West Lancashire is being spearheaded by local MP Rosie Cooper and is supported by this university and our Students' Union, as well as local businesses and community action groups. Celebrating distribution of the millionth UK book, Dolly presented a Braille edition of Beatrix Potter's The Tale of Peter Rabbit in June this year to a young blind boy from Liverpool. The significance of early reading in boosting intelligence has been highlighted again in the results of new research just published from the University of Edinburgh and King's College London, underlining the important role of primary and early years teachers in improving the life chances of the next generation. But my biggest personal smile this year came with the announcement that after years in the nutritional wilderness, butter is off the naughty list. Well, for cholesterol anyway. Now that's great news for me, because I never stopped eating butter, preferring my mother's a little bit of what you fancy does you good advice to the confusing, conflicting and ever-changing opinions of the food police. At least now I can stop feeling guilty as I enjoy my toast and butter in the mornings, usually taken with Marmite. And Marmite takes me neatly to my final point today. Last week, Michael Gove, often compared to Marmite, you either love him or hate him, was reshuffled out of his post as Secretary of State for Education. But whilst Mr. Gove walks away, his legacy, marking the most profound change agenda in education for decades, remains. It affects the way schools are funded, structured and assessed, the way teachers are trained, their performance measured, the curriculum pupils will follow, the examinations they will sit. There is no aspect of school life that has been left untouched. The importance of teaching the school's White Paper 2010 outlined the reasons for this whole system reform in transforming education to make the nation one of the world's top performers. This is a great vision, which I, and I'm sure all of us, support wholeheartedly. But the extent and speed of implementation of these ideologically driven reforms is not without controversy, and it will be some time before we can judge their impact. What we do know is that it is teachers in schools, you, who will be at the sharp end and striving to deliver policy in a way that is meaningful for pupils. So for those of you who are graduating today, you will need to have your wits about you. You are entering a profession facing significant change and challenge, and you must not lose sight of the reasons you have chosen teaching as a career. Whatever systems and policies you have to work with, the rewards can be great. What could be more important or more exciting than the opportunity to open young minds to the possibilities of the future, to know that you have sparked an interest, nurtured a talent, raising aspiration, unlocking potential. You have trained at an outstanding university. The dedicated and committed staff who have taught you have equipped you well for your next step. You have the values and the principles and the families, both here and at home, that will support you when the going gets tough. Be brave. Have the courage of your convictions. Be brilliant because we know you are. Become that inspirational teacher that people remember with affection. Pride may be one of the 7 deadly sins, but today you can be justly proud. You have worked hard to be here. Be proud of what you have achieved. Be proud to be an Edge Hill graduate, as we are proud of you. Enjoy today. You deserve it. And tomorrow morning, give yourself a treat. Put a bit of butter on your toast. Thank you.
Chancellor, Wally Brown is one of the most important individuals in Liverpool's recent history for both education and the local community. Wally was born in Toxteth after his father settled in England after arriving from West Africa, and was a pupil at both Granby Junior and Infant School and Secondary Modern School. He began his career with the General Electric Company in 1959 as an apprentice tool setter and undertook a variety of positions with the company until 1975. Wally left General Electric in 1975 to work at the Methodist Centre in Toxteth in Liverpool, firstly as a youth worker and then a community education worker. At the same time, Wally began his studies in higher education at Manchester Polytechnic, studying for a certificate in youth and community work. He continued to further his education right through to 1989, studying at both the universities of Manchester and Liverpool, where he obtained a postgraduate diploma in adult education and a master's in ethnic studies and race relations. It was during his time as a youth worker for the Methodist Centre in Toxteth that serious troubles began in the area, with what is now remembered as the Toxteth riots. With one of the highest unemployment rates in the country and long-standing tensions between the police and the black community, the disturbances began following harassment by police officers who were applying stop and search laws overzealously against young black men in particular. As chair of the Community Relations Council, Wally met regularly with the police and had warned them they needed to change their behaviour. With a lack of response it was no surprise to Wally when the riots and disturbances began. The riots, some of the worst seen in the country, went on for several days, but it is widely felt that they could have been much more serious were it not for the role played by Wally in liaising with the Merseyside police and the government. Wally led the mediation process, appropriately articulating the anger the local community was feeling to both police and politicians. These negotiations included direct communications with Margaret Thatcher and Michael Heseltine, who had been drafted in as a special minister for Merseyside. Wally still felt a sense of frustration, however, noting that following the meeting with the Prime Minister, she listened very intently, but just didn't grasp what we were saying. Beginning his career in education in 1981 as Head of Community Education at the Halewood Community Education Centre, it was also at this time Wally became the chair of the Merseyside Community Relations Council, the first black person to hold this position, which he held from 1980 to 1982. Wally's role in the organisation led to the establishment of the Council Advisory Committee on Race. In 1982, Wally moved to Manchester Education Authority, where he undertook a variety of roles as head of Moss Side Community Education Centre, District Coordinator for Community Education for Moss Side and Hume, and then Assistant Principal for Adult Education. The period from 1990 to 1991 marked a brief spell for Wally working outside the northwest of England, taking up a post in the London Borough of Lambeth as Head of Education Services and Principal of Lambeth Adult Education Institute. Wally then returned to Liverpool to what he describes as his dream job, Principal of Liverpool Community College, and a fantastic opportunity to lead the college in the city where he was born. He did find his appointment to the role slightly ironic, though, as I recall he had been quite critical of the college in the 1970s, when as a youth worker he had many battles with the college over the types and quality of courses they were running. Under Wally's leadership, the college developed an outstanding reputation within the further education sector. It was judged outstanding by Ofsted in 2005 and awarded national beacon status. He also oversaw a major merger and comprehensive building programme before retiring in 2008. Throughout his career, Wally has been the chair of many key organisations, such as the Liverpool Learning Partnership, Liverpool Black Organisations, Commission for Black Staff in Further Education, Toxteth Regeneration Group, and was the joint founder member of the Network for Black Managers. He was also a board member of the Liverpool Culture Company, Liverpool Biennial and trustee for the Anthony Walker Foundation. Always maintaining close ties with Toxteth, Wally continues to work at a youth club in the area one night a week, and in the summer of 2011, when troubles broke out in the area again, following similar disturbances across the country, Wally was appointed the leader of Toxteth Against Riots, an ad hoc group of residents from the area, becoming once again the lead liaison person with Merseyside Police. In 2001, Wally was awarded a CBE for services to further education, and in 2012 received the Freedom of Liverpool, an event where the local community were able to acknowledge the impact he has had on the area. Whilst grateful for the recognition, Wally insists that it is his passion for improving the lives of young black people in Liverpool 8 that drives him, although he worries that he may be a disappearing breed and wonders where the next generation of activists are. Currently a governor at Kingsley Primary School, a successor to his former primary school, Wally is also a governor at the linked Granby Children's Centre. The head teacher of Kingsley Primary School, Elaine Rees, notes that Wally is a great asset to the school and centre and is a true inspiration and role model to the children, regularly attending for activities such as Black History Month. Wally is also a non-executive director of Liverpool Community Health NHS Trust. A friend of Wally's pays the following tribute to him. Wally gave the local community great confidence that the community's voice was being heard when in negotiations with the police and government, as he was an authentic and credible voice who was still in touch with the community. He has never lost touch with the community of Toxteth, an association with where he was born. Wally has always tried to empower people, to achieve the best for young black people and to ensure employment rates are raised. As principal, he wanted Liverpool Community College to live up to its name by reflecting the diversity of the local community. As joint founder of the Network for Black Managers, Wally has challenged the predominantly white profile of this group and sought to encourage more black people into senior management roles. He has a big heart and always wants to do the best for Liverpool. It is an honour and a privilege to present Wally Brown for the award of Honorary Doctor of Education from Edge Hill University.
By the authority vested in me as Chancellor of Edge Hill University, I hereby confer the award of Honorary Doctor of Education upon Wally Brown, Commander of the British Empire. Thank you and congratulations.
Well, thank you for those kind words, and indeed for the honour which the university has recognised for me. Thank you very much. It's interesting that the origins of Edge Hill University are very close to mine in Toxteth, in Durning Road. And also it's interesting, as a young person growing up in Toxteth, I would walk past Liverpool University on a regular basis. I never knew what took place inside there. I never knew what a university was about. And I remember I had one friend who was from a small business family. I remember him telling me his cousin Stuart was starting at Liverpool University. And I said, why doesn't he get a job like anybody else? Why is he going to university for? Why doesn't he get a job? Because our aspirations were to have a job, usually a manual job, and if you were really top of the tree, you were an apprentice. So that was our aspirations. My dad always said to me, you need an apprenticeship. His horizons, that's what his horizons. My family never saw university as an option for us young people. So, returning to university as a mature student transformed my life. My university experience opened a new world. It took the blinkers from my eyes, and I say to people, it's like one day you're watching black and white television, and then the next day you've got a colour television. It was a totally different world. And that experience began to give me the passion to ensure that more working class people understood what university was like. That more working class parents started to say, university is an option for my children. Because I used to say, in many families, it's not choosing, will my child go to university, it's what university will they go to. I felt what I needed to do was to make sure people realised university was there for them and that they had to make early choices and put that within their children's experience to improve their life chances. When I started work as a youth worker, I had to pinch myself every day I'm getting paid for doing a job I absolutely love. Working with disadvantaged young black people, that drove me to try to open doors for them to have a real FE-HE experience. You talked earlier about the college and the kind of courses young people were doing. When I looked at what they were doing in college, there was no qualifications attached to them. They were going nowhere. So I was driven to make sure that when young black people were going to college, university, there was a proper pathway to either a profession or to university. Being principal of Liverpool Community College paid me very well. And again, for a job I enjoyed, it gave me more opportunity to help to change people's lives. And I've received various honours throughout the years. I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy receiving honours. But you know, the honours I treasure more than anything else are the honours when young people and people in the college from their past days, some of those young people now 50, will stop me in the street, stop the car, give me a hug, and remember those past days. They're the honours that really put chills through your body. And looking at today's graduates, embarking on a very difficult career. You've chosen a difficult career, difficult profession. I know from my role at Kingsley Community School, I know how difficult the job is. But the rewards are tremendous. The rewards are tremendous. And I'm not talking about financial rewards. You will be playing a key role in preparing the next generation. Don't underestimate your influence, because the young people won't forget. I still remember my primary school teacher, Miss Strong. I can see Miss Strong now, in those days the teachers wore flowered smocks, with a flowered smock, and I can still smell her perfume. So, you will be remembered. In some cases, you're helping to develop young people, your children, with parental support. In many cases, there will be no parental support. You will be the only significant person in those young people's lives. And that's a big responsibility. But year on year on year, parents will thank you for what you've achieved with their child. And years later, adults will come back, seek you out, and thank you for what you did in their formative years. They're the honours which you'll treasure. And if I could say, allowed to say one thing of advice, I would say, whatever you do in your job, be yourself. Do the best you possibly can, but be yourself. You're starting your career now, who knows, so some of you will be head teachers, you'll go on in your life and you'll end up in management. But because you're an head teacher, you're still the same person who was a teacher. Don't try and take positions, I'm in this position, I need to be somebody else. What's put me on a good path, I'm Wally Brown, and that's what I am, no matter what job I'm doing. And if that's one bit of advice I could give you, you could take, be yourself. Don't try and be anybody else as you move through the ranks. And I do envy you, starting on your career as mine is finished. And I'm sure you've been well prepared by this excellent university. There's no question about that. So enjoy your next 40 or 50 years of working life. And my sincere thanks to the university for this honour today. Thank you very much.
Chancellor, on behalf of Academic Board, I present students from the Faculty of Education who are graduates for awards today. Postgraduate Certificate Education, Gillian Barnes. Christian Burke. Benjamin Frayne. Carly Mason. Danielle Marie Mitchell. Alice Stewart. Benjamin Kevin Whittingham. Nicole Elizabeth Wood. The following students are presented for the award of Postgraduate Certificate in Education with Qualified Teacher status in the subject specialisms of Primary English Education. Louisa May Ball. Dimitri Cartwright. Elizabeth Margaret Gattrell. Paul Anthony Hoodless. Asa Javed Khan. Evelyn Loy. Danielle Louise McGuinness. Samuel McNally. Natalie Louise Mercer. Hannah Josephine Rigg. Amy Tierney Kenyon. Alexander James Tong. Catherine Marie Wilkinson. Victoria May Wilkinson. Primary Mathematics Education, Louise Helen Chambers. Primary Mathematics Specialist Education, Christina Michelle Puttrill. Philip John Titley. Primary Science Education, Stephen James Blenkinsop. Amy Catherine Bright. Joanna Dalton. Joanne Catherine Fairhurst. Catherine Lucy Green. Andrew David Jackson. Andrea Margaret Elise Lathwell. Natalie Louise Power. Larissa Ritchie. Jessica Elizabeth Shippen. Anthony Mark Tibbets. Alice Louise Tittle. Lauren Emma Wakefield. The following students are presented for the award of Professional Certificate in Education with Qualified Teacher Status in the subject specialisms of Primary. Anita Maria Flanagan. Primary English Education, Tasneen Adam. Ryan Mark Ashton. Susan Louise Ball. Leah Melissa Bevan. Lucy Ann Blakely. Sophie Melissa Bold. Ashley James Booth. Vanessa Caroline Bradley. Victoria Brewster. Matthew Niall Campbell. Rachel Elizabeth Campbell. Jennifer Marie Carlisle. Jennifer Carter. James David Chagas. Hannah Louise Cinnamond. James Conda. Sarah Louise Cooper. Katie Joanne Coupland. Katie Cummings. James Stephen Doherty. Amelia Rebecca Dudley. John Stephen Fisher. Robert Thomas Fitton. Alexandra Fleet. Jenny Louise Fletcher. Kelly Teresa Fletcher. Caroline Roxin Fraser. Laura Cayley Fraser. Emily Shelby Frodsham. David Ben Gallagher. Sharon Marie Grogan. Emma Louise Halliwell. Laura Jane Holton. Leanne Jade Hawkins. Katie Emma Haywood. Victoria Claire Heaven. Kaylee Isabella Hegarty. Jill Penelope Hill. Chantal Marie Holt. Stephanie Julia Holt. Georgina Howarth. Jennifer Ann Hughes. Hannah Elizabeth Jackson. Patricia Ann Jackson. Nida Jamil. Georgia Louise Jellings. Kerry Ann Johnson. Frances Elizabeth Jones. Katie Jones. Elizabeth Amy Kellett. Anwara Khatun. Nicola Margaret Kinsella. Jessica Jane Lee. Rachel Anna Little. Sorry. Rachel Locker. Joseph Charles Lymouth. Naomi Eve Lyons Vernon. Karen Elizabeth Mann. Amina Matlub. Adam Patrick McAvoy. Stephanie Ann McGahn. Tracy Ann McGugan. Siobhan Patricia McHugh. Colette Angela McLaughlin. Emma Louise McPhail. Claire Moonan. Abby Louise Jean Murray. Bethany Ann Parker. Chloe Louise Parr. Rebecca Natalia Piers. Lauren Patricia Pendleton. Leanne Jane Poyner. Stephanie Claire Poyner. Graham John Ramsey. Megan Louise Randalls. Colette Elizabeth Rees. Emily Rex. Shona Patricia Rice. Danielle Victoria Richardson. Danielle Robinson. Lisa Marie Rowe. Catherine Elizabeth Shaw. Esther Victoria Shelmadine. David Andrew Simpson.
Jennifer May Sloan. Megan Smith. William Thomas Stover. Anna Charlotte Sullivan. Eleanor Rachel Thomas. Daniel Lee Tooby. Kirsten Ann Traynor. Carolyn Trott. Victoria Tyra. Amandeep Kaur Upal. Simon John Wallace. Kirsty Rebecca Amy Wormsley. Lauren Leanne Ward. Rebecca Waring. Christopher Waters. Emma Whitfield. Kerry Ann Williams. Natalie May Woodward. Susan Louise Worsley. Primary Mathematics Education, Jessica Baker. Victoria Louise Carroll. Amy Louise Dean. Rachel Elizabeth Ebo. Hannah Elizabeth Evans. Carly Ann Harrison. Rebecca Louise Kitson. Lauren Marie McNamara. Sarah Elizabeth Murphy. Chloe Louise Nyland. Michael Ian O'Brien. Patrick Ian O'Sullivan. John Barry Pape. Gillian Porter. Natasha Maria Priestley. Samantha Lauren Spencer. Anna Marie Eleanor Tomlinson. Lauren Elizabeth Winston. Primary Mathematics Specialist Education, Shamima Akhtar. Thomas Anthony Cousins. Danielle Page Evans. Rebecca Lauren Good. Benjamin David Green. Mark Thomas Green. Nadine Susanna Love. Rebecca Jane Mayle. Sana Malik. Bridget Ann Mellier. Lauren Ferroni Morrow. Liam James Price. Stephanie Louise Richardson. Kevin Sanders. Sean St. Rose. Zoe Lisa Turner. Annalise Janvier Wade. Samuel James Michael Williams. Primary Modern Languages Education. Catherine Ashley. Elizabeth Christine Ashton. Lauren Flaherty. Sarah Marie Fox. Tabitha Kirkbride. Stephen Thomas McGoofy. Alison Elaine Molyneux. Laura Moses. Gemma Louise Pemberton. Helen Jean Smith. Lauren Amanda Sutton. Rachel Ward. Primary Science Education. Christopher James Billinge. Jessica Sarah Corliss. Kirsty Louise Craig. Aaron Hackett. Natalie Jane Harding. Stephanie Hepworth. Dale Christopher Holden. Sarah Jane Howard. Nathan Kavanagh. Rebecca Lewis. Daniel John Lord. Shanaz Logat. Holly Millington. Katie Elizabeth Morris. Claire Elizabeth Patino. Adam Richard Peat. Adam Peter Phillips. Adele Helen Ryan. Aisha Ifran Sanjay. Hazel Alice Smith. Bethany Jane Sykes. Christopher David Tarry. Amy Taylor. Jordan Ben Whiffing. Lisa Ann Whiteley. Laura Jane Whittaker. Sophie Ankarad Wright. Postgraduate Diploma in Primary Education, Lindsay West. Chancellor, that concludes the presentation of students from the Faculty of Education.
Because you're proud, but I have to tell you, I haven't actually given them their degrees yet. I have merely had to shake very, very many, very, very sweaty hands. So, as Chancellor, I have to confer these awards with my words. So, I need to check with you that you're happy for me to confer the awards on our graduates. Yes, okay. And would you like me to? You don't want to start all over again? No. Okay. Well, we're sad to see you go, but here we go. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Please, please hold on to this moment. Make it stick in your memory. It's a very important, life-defining moment. By the authority vested in me as Chancellor of Edge Hill University, I hereby confer the Edge Hill University Awards for which you have been presented, and I heartily congratulate you all. Take your hats off and wave them in the air. Well done. Is it still morning? It is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Tanya Byron, and I am the Chancellor of this wonderful university, and it gives me a huge amount of pleasure to be here today with you, and particularly with all of you. This is one of the best bits of being a Chancellor. In this week, I will have shaken over 4,000 hands. But each one of those hands is very special to me, and I will tell you why. But before I start, I just want to say, in case those of you are wondering what on earth is a Chancellor, who does she think she is, I suppose I ought to explain to you the way the system works here in the university. And the best way for you to understand my role as Chancellor is to think of me as the Queen. And please don't think I'm joking. I really am the Queen of the university. Yes, ma'am. You see, my colleagues there are very deferential. So Dr. John Cater, who was sitting on my right, is our Vice-Chancellor, which makes him my Prime Minister. And we have the Cabinet sitting here, a Cabinet who do a very, very good job up here, maybe a little bit better than they're managing to do down in Whitehall. Anyway, it is a very, very special day.
an incredibly special day, and here we are graduating fantastic hearts and minds who are going to go into the teaching profession. But I wonder whether we should have a moment of silence with the deep grief we all share for the fact that Michael Gove is no longer Secretary of State for Education. Yeah, go for it, go on. Michael Gove is a reformer, and I admire that, a real reformer, and I advised him and advised a number of other members of the coalition and the opposition. But reform has to come from evidence base, not nostalgic ideology. And here is the evidence. We have fresh, young minds who are more up to date with the evidence than anybody else in their profession. And that is what makes this the most exciting moment for you. So I want to talk to you a little bit. I'm here to motivate you and to inspire you, but before I talk directly to you, there's a couple of things I want to say first. First of all, I want to explain to you why we have honorary graduates, and today we are incredibly privileged to have Wally Brown, CBE, who I'm sure you all know of, an inspirational man, a man who has made a significant and powerful difference across the landscape, both in terms of education and politics, and also in terms of social culture. This university, as you heard from the opening speaker, was founded almost 130 years ago as a non-denominational teacher training college for women. So it was the first time ever that women in this country could train in a profession that wasn't managed and controlled by the church. That's a massive, massive step forward in terms of the social engagement for women, but also the education and employment prospects for women. And my beautiful robes are in 2 of the 3 suffragette colours. So we pay enormous homage to our roots around social engagement, social inclusion, pushing forwards the boundaries in terms of how we think, how we educate, how we close the gender gap. And I would say that Wally Brown, for us, represents a man who has done entirely that in his lifetime. I am old enough to remember the Toxteth riots, and I do remember this one man, his voice being a voice of reason, a voice of passion, and a voice of engagement. A man, I believe, who, if he hadn't had the courage and the bravery and had the community behind him to support him, to advocate on their behalf, possibly if he hadn't been around, the riots would have gone on much longer and would have been even more bloody and serious. Wally, you talk about your humble beginnings, you talk about aspiration, and you talk about aiming high. And we offer you up to our graduates as a role model. And thank you very much, not only for what you've done for this local area, but also what you have done for young people, not just young black men, but for all young people who maybe are not born luckily enough to dare to believe that they could aspire. But you have shown them that that can be done, and we celebrate your success. And I'd like to give you another round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, you have all gone through quite a few essay crises, yeah, quite a few parties with a hangover, with a deadline looming. Lots and lots of fun and lots of work. And you have made it here because you have pushed yourselves, you have dared to believe, and you have made your beliefs into reality. But there are some people here who have absolutely driven you, pushed you, stood next to you, and occasionally possibly dragged you to get to where you need to be. You know who I'm talking about. All the staff who are sitting here today, the staff of the faculty who have been incredible in terms of your own personal and professional development. I'm going to ask them to stand, and I'm going to ask you to show just how loudly you appreciate everything they have done for you. Please, would you stand? Okay, so what do I want to say to you very quickly? I am a consultant in child and adolescent mental health. I've been doing my job for 25 years. I was very young when I qualified, I'd just like to say. And therefore, I have worked in the public sector for a long time, both in health and in education. And you are going into a vitally, fundamentally important profession at a time of big changes, huge changes, some uncertainty, and also often quite a lot of negativity about the profession you're going into. I don't share that negativity. I think what you have dedicated your life to is beyond impressive. You want to change hearts and minds. You want to give young people a love of learning, the ability to think, and for them to dare to dream that they too could one day go on to further and then higher education and achieve beyond their wildest dreams. And I congratulate you all for making that decision. It's a tough decision to make. As you go through your career, there will be moments, and I share this with you from my own experience, there will be moments when you will come up against experiences or difficulties within the system. You will be very tired, you will feel overworked and underappreciated, I know you will, and you will wonder what on earth you are doing. Why on earth did I want to do this? So I want you to remember this moment. This is a life-changing moment. It's not the end of the journey, it's the beginning of the next part of your journey. And we here at Edge Hill are your platform. Our motto is In Scientia Opportunitas, and it means out of knowledge comes power, comes opportunity. We have empowered you. You have empowered yourselves. You are now going on to empower the next generation of hearts and minds. Thank you so much for choosing us. You have chosen the best university for teacher training. If you don't believe me, look us up, it's true. And we have developed you into being the best of the next generation of teachers. And if you ever do have those moments of self-doubt, we are not going anywhere. We are here. All of these people are here for you. All of my colleagues, I'm here. Come and see us. Sit down with us. Tell us why you're struggling, and we will take you back to this moment. Because the reason you're here is because we believe in you, and you are going to make a difference, like the suffragettes did all those years ago, like Wally Brown has made throughout his career. Now it's your turn, and go and dream. Make those dreams a reality. Dream bigger and push on for real, real change. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you all. And on behalf of myself, the Chancellor, and the entire cast of Harry Potter, I'd like to say, have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a song for our graduating class of 2014, will you please welcome Miss Lucy McHale.
You're crazy and
It's back to me now with the floppy Hogwarts hat on. Apologies in advance if what follows sounds like something off EasyJet or a Michael Jackson video, but I have been asked to remind you that refreshments are available in the hub, photographs can be taken around the campus, and should you be inclined so to do, this ceremony can be viewed via the university website. So in summary, refreshments, photographs, website. They were supposed to join in at that point, but clearly they've let me down. So without further delay, Chancellor, I declare this congregation closed. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Edge Hill University. I'm Bernard Laverty, and I'm the Chair of the Governing Body and Pro-Chancellor of the University. And it gives me my great pleasure to declare this congregation open.
Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, Mayor of West Lancashire Borough Council, Mayor and Mayoress of St Helens, Council, graduands, friends and family. A very warm welcome to you to this degree ceremony, where we can celebrate with great pride the achievement of our graduands. Together on this magnificent summer's day, which we had to have specially arranged with the Meteorological Office just for your pleasure. The university's origins date back some 129 years or more to the centre of Liverpool. We're proud of our roots, being the first non-denominational institution to provide the opportunity for women to train as teachers. The university's crest and colours, containing yellow, green and purple, thus pay apt tribute to the women's suffrage movement. In more recent times, Edge Hill University has enjoyed unprecedented growth, development and success, with sector-leading applications and recruitment, strong scores in the National Student Survey, substantial capital investment, some of the country's highest-rated Ofsted performances, and a rapidly developing research culture. The university is viewed as having a very clear, widely owned and articulated vision. It's a higher education institution with a strong track record of offering an outstanding student experience, delivered by a committed and highly able staff on a sector-leading campus. Edge Hill is establishing a significant research and international profile with verve and enthusiasm. And this is no accident. At the core of the university's mission is the provision of an intellectually stimulating, creative and inclusive environment for our community. Teaching and learning of the highest standard, supported by pure and applied research of international significance. High levels of knowledge and understanding, international perspective and opportunities to develop a lifelong capacity to learn and adapt. In this way, collectively, we're committed to securing the future of our students and their contribution to our society. But let's focus on you today. I've had the privilege of meeting you before. And your achievements. You were all highly qualified on entry to the university, successfully navigating the challenging set of skills tests. Can I say skills tests? That many people find an impossible barrier. You've all committed to the study of education and with success, and will pursue a career in teaching and education-related professions for much of your future. You will graduate from Edge Hill University, which is amongst the highest quality providers in all factors and aspects of initial teacher training. You and your faculty can proudly claim you're excellent, and it pleases me immensely to be able to declare an association and affiliation with you, having spent some time with you, as you are some of the best trained teachers in the country. Well, teaching is a complex job, and you've all worked extremely hard to understand the craft of the classroom, planning, assessment for learning, and to adopt and live the values of a professional teacher. You've achieved all this through the alignment of theory and practice, through much reflection, and via your engagement with schools and educational settings. The degree and QTS conferred here today are thus justly deserved, and we're all very proud of you. The award of QTS in itself is a clear exemplification that those who can, and I emphasize those who can, teach. And outstanding teaching isn't easy, is it? On a day-to-day basis. Believe me, I've tried it and I'm still working really hard at it. So it's no secret that great teachers make a difference, and the importance of education cannot be overemphasized. So let's begin to look to the future. Let's begin to look to your future. I predict that at some time in your career, you may encounter an adult who was perhaps once your pupil, or a child you once supported in some educational setting somewhere, who you may barely recognize. And a conversation will ensue that goes something like this. I remember you, this person will say, and I'll add at least one of the following things. I remember when You helped me to read when I found it difficult. You helped develop my love of science. You stopped me from being bullied. You made learning fun. You inspired me and made me love learning new things. You boosted my confidence and made me believe in myself. You were firm, but so fair. You took us to the theatre and the zoo for the first time. You always had time for me. You helped me see that I had a real future ahead. You helped me through some hard times. You had high expectations of me. And often the simplest of all, you were a great teacher. You made a real difference to my life. This is only a flavour of the future and the potential you have to make a great difference to people's lives. You have elected to enter what is probably the most important profession that exists, as education makes a massive contribution to who we are and what we can become. I approach conclusion by borrowing some words from John Dewey, the American educationalist and philosopher. To find out what one is fitted to do and to secure an opportunity to do it is the key to happiness. We at the university and your family and friends are proud that you have found the focus and vocation that, in Dewey's words, fitted for you. On behalf of Edgehill University, I wish you well in your career. Be an excellent graduate. Stay in touch with your university and be an advocate for your university. Be good alumni. Commit to your continuing professional development, preferably here. Please be individually and collectively proud today, as we are of you. Most importantly, continue to teach and support learners well, as you will surely continue to make a huge difference. Thank you and congratulations.
Chancellor. Michael Joseph Pennington, better known through his alter ego or stage persona, Johnny Vegas, was born in 1970 and grew up in Thatto Heath, St Helens. The youngest of 4 children, with brothers Mark and Robert and sister Catherine, his early years as part of a loving family were happy and unremarkable. Life revolved around his parents, Lawrence and Patricia, his siblings, his friends in Hayes Street, and the Catholic Church, with regular attendance at Mass a given. Early thoughts that he might enter the priesthood led to Michael's admission, aged 11, to St Joseph's College, a boarding seminary in Upholland. This was to prove a bigger wrench than he had anticipated, and a combination of homesickness and general unhappiness brought him back to the family home 18 months later. Entering the posh West Park School as a new boy, mid-year, was not an easy transition, and it was at this time that feelings of difference and an underlying sense of alienation began to surface. Academically able, but without motivation, much time was spent sketching and doodling, with a consequent impact on O-level results. But it did at least prove to be helpful in allowing him to take A-level art at Carmel College, which was the next step on Michael's academic journey. And it was at Carmel College that he found a real aptitude and a release for his creativity in pottery and ceramics. Moving on to an Art and Design Foundation course at the Gamble Institute of Art and Design in St Helens, Michael gained a place at Middlesex Polytechnic, graduating with a degree in ceramics and jewellery in 1994. It is worth saying at this point that Michael attributes his academic successes to 2 especially inspirational teachers. Rowena Rowlands at West Park, who spotted his potential and instilled a love of English and English literature, and Steve Bonatti at Carmel College, who introduced him to pottery, offered support and encouragement whilst acknowledging creative equality, and was to prove a steadfast believer in Michael's ability. That is not to say it was all plain sailing. One of Rowena's school reports reads as follows: Michael needs to keep quiet if I am to preserve my sanity. He can talk to any person at any given or ungiven time, willing or not to listen. Please teach him to shut up. Michael's first forays into comedy performance were serendipitous, arising from an impromptu rant at a karaoke night at the Middlesex Poly Union Club. The years between 1990 and 1995 saw Michael return to St Helens and working as a barman at his beloved Brown Edge Inn, the adoption of the pub nickname Johnny Vegas as his stage persona. Determined to forge ahead with a career in comedy, he started comparing regular comedy nights at the Citadel Arts Centre in St Helens, and later played individual spots at the Frog and Bucket in Manchester. There were, inevitably, a number of false starts in seeking to establish a stand-up act, but it all finally came together in 1997 when he took the Edinburgh Festival by storm, winning the Festival Critics Award and a coveted Perrier nomination, a first for a newcomer. His unique brand, incorporating pathos and, yes, pottery, was a winner, drawing huge critical acclaim. Writing for The Guardian, Dave Simpson said, "In an hour and 40 minutes, not one line or second is wasted. And by the time Vegas almost literally expires, there can no longer be any doubt. This man is one of the true comic greats." Sell-out UK and international tours followed. But Michael has always said he's not a stand-up comic. Johnny Vegas is an entertainer with many more talents. His BBC Radio 4 sitcom, Night Class, which he co-wrote and starred in, was runner-up for Best Comedy at the Sony Radio Academy Awards in 2002, whilst his popular appeal was cemented playing characters such as Charlie Doyle in Happiness 2001 to 2003, for which he received a British Comedy Award, Jeff the Oracle Maltby in Benidorm 2007 to 2009, and Moz in Ideal 2005 to 2011. As a comedy actor, he has been commended for a number of roles, including Crook in Bleak House 2005, Mr. Croom in David Walliams' Mr. Stink 2012, and Crunchy Danger Haystacks in Moonboy 2012. In 2013, Michael turned his hand to directing with 2 dramas for BBC One's Moving On series and the Sky Arts drama Ragged, as well as the music videos Handyman Blues for Billy Bragg and DIY for Paul Heaton and Jackie Abbott. As Johnny Vegas, he is a regular panellist on shows such as QI and 8 out of 10 Cats. And most satisfyingly in some ways, Michael has achieved recognition for his pottery, with a piece of his work acquired by the Victoria and Albert Museum for their contemporary ceramic collection. In 2013, Michael's memoir, Becoming Johnny Vegas, was published. This is a searingly honest, in-your-face reflection of the life events that led to the emergence of his alter ego. The candid description of insecurities and indiscretions, including a sharply perceptive portrayal of debilitating hypochondria and its impact on daily life, will touch a nerve for many of us. It would be painful to read, but for the self-deprecating humour which runs as a thread throughout. It is as brave and as brutal as his one-man shows, and has drawn similar critical praise. Throughout Michael's life, he has shown courage and determination in pursuing his dreams and facing up to his demons. And whilst his career has taken off in ways the young boy who thought he might want to be a priest could never have imagined, he has never lost his affection for his hometown, St Helens, nor its rugby league team, Saints. His love for his family now extends to his son Michael and his wife Maya, who have given him fresh optimism and provide the support for new projects, which we await with anticipation. Chancellor, it is an honour and a privilege to present Michael Pennington, Johnny Vegas, for the award of Honorary Doctor from Edge Hill University.
By the authority vested, not yet.
All right. I keep thinking you're going to realise you've made a big mistake. I actually thought I was getting that one.
No, that's mine. Okay.
Right, okay.
Should we start again?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you so much, yes. By the authority vested in me as Chancellor of Edge Hill University, I hereby confer the award of Honorary Doctor of Literature upon Michael Pennington, Johnny Vegas. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Wow. This is so different to the day I graduated with my degree, because my mum and dad seem to actually have a sense of pride about this occasion. There's nothing more financially terrifying than sitting where you are now on the day that you find out that your son has graduated as a potter. Oh, the money will be rolling in. Loads of people want teapots mending. I bored everybody at lunch with this, but on my actual graduation, I went out and bought a shirt from a charity shop, boxed up with a dicky bow, with the ruffles. Didn't try it on until the day came round, and turned out it was about 6 inches too shy. So I had to rip it up the back and tuck it in at the sides. I was the best ventilated graduate on the day at that ceremony. I know technically I've only got 5 minutes, and as you can see, I've written a speech. I do like the fact that I've got to remember that you're here, but I'm facing them because, let's be honest, they're the ones who've put up with you. They're the ones who funded you and got you through this emotionally. But I will have to address you. Graduates, you are more important than ever. And I mean this sincerely. I can joke about doing a degree in ceramics, but the way we are moving as a country, education is being treated more and more as a luxury item rather than something that should be readily available to one and all. And that responsibility now falls on you, because in the future, when you're out there teaching, there are people that are going to be telling the children that there's simply no point in going to college because it's not financially viable. Education is what determines us as a society, as a civilization. You will make a difference, one way or another, to so many people's lives. They will move on. Some of them may find you in the pub one day and throw a pint on you. I never did that. My mate did. But overall, you are the lifeblood. I know it's a lot of responsibility to put on you, but we need this now more than ever. We need the skills that you've picked up. We need you to take what you've got, take it into the outside world and share it. And share it for the benefit of all of us. Because I have a frightening vision of one day where there's a percentage of people who can afford an education. It's a birthright. And I'm desperately hoping that you take that responsibility. I mean, enjoy it, have fun. Bear in mind, you know, they said in the book, as it was referenced, I had two amazing teachers when I wanted to give up on myself. I had two people that came along who wouldn't allow me, who saw the potential, who wouldn't let go of it when I just wanted to slip under the radar. And to this day, everything that you heard then, everything is down. So much of it, is down. That's sort of dismissing my mum and dad altogether. Everything's down to the teachers. My mum's cooking was awful. So much of it is down to those teachers and instilling a sense of belief and holding on and believing in me. I don't know how well you did, how the grading system works here. I stand before you. Whatever you've learned as well, if you don't end up in teaching, take what you've learned and adapt it to everything you do. Having all the wonderful plaudits read out, what they neglected to tell you was I graduated with the lowest grade in my year. I got really upset that day. I rang home, wanted to speak to my parents, but my mum kicked off because my dad hadn't finished peeling the spuds. They put the phone down. I managed to get him back on the phone, and I spoke to my dad and I said, Dad, I got the lowest grade. And I started to cry and I said, I feel like I've let you down. And God love him, my dad went, son, you've not let me down. I never thought you'd pass. He did. I knew that. As much as our graduating students here today, you deserve as much recognition. You brought them here, you have supported them throughout this. I'm forever as well in my parents' debt because outside of doing, pottery, it was, although they had not attended college themselves, they did everything possible to ensure that I would. They didn't force me down that route. It wasn't because I was going to have something that they never had. They supported me through something that they didn't quite understand but knew that it was important to me. I'm going to ask you now for a little, very cheeky round of applause for my mum and dad and for yourselves. Will you just give yourselves a round of applause for making sure that these people are here today? I was going to end on a rousing chorus of I believe that children are our future, but that might just get embarrassing. My wife texted me before I left and she went, please, don't mess this up. I think she copied my son in on the same text. He's my photographer today. Are you okay? Yeah. Although you tried to get away without having veg at lunch, didn't you? And now all these people know. And I have to say, reading with Michael at night, seeing him coming through his education, it's reminded me just how important, what impact it's had on that little lad, having a good teacher. But sorry, I digress, I do that a lot. I've stayed off the vodka, or else I'd really digress. My wife said, please don't spoil this for yourself or anybody else. It's not my day, it's your day. Although I did get a doctorate. Which I am going to take straight to my sisters who got an MA and just put it up on the window and go, ah! But what I'd really like to do, but I need all your help with this, I need a selfie with all of you. But is it possible to try and create a kind of riot scene that I can send to my wife? Because I know this is actually how she expects the events of today to go. Would that be possible? Can you all just try and organise yourself to look like you're having a massive fight? Please, get up, just get up. Do you mind showing me by the... Really, what are you doing for it? Memories. I'm going to finish on a serious note. The hardest thing I ever did was write the book. And I would love to thank the faculty, everyone, for inviting me here today, because I didn't have the confidence to think I could write this book. It took a lot of people and a lot of extended deadlines. But to have no, genuinely. 3 years. In the end, they asked me, could I do a children's book with just pictures? Just something to put on the shelves. It is, outside of my son, and outside of my family, and the people I love, is probably one of the things I'm proudest of is this book. And I honestly can't tell you what it means to have an honorary doctorate in literature. I am going to go and visit my teacher, Mrs. Rowlands, and I'm going to take this to show her, because pretty much this belongs to her. But I'm so genuinely proud to receive this today and to be here amongst the esteemed faculty and these amazing graduates. Thank you for inviting me. Goodbye.
Chancellor, on behalf of Academic Board, I present students from the Faculty of Education who are candidates for awards today. The following students are presented for the award of Postgraduate Certificate in Education with Qualified Teacher Status in the subject specialisms of Secondary Applied Art and Design, Natalie Rose Bennett. Alice Faye Cullen. Adam David Knight. Daniel Roy Sharples. Secondary Art and Design, Kerry Christine Heath. Rebecca Jane Mullin.
Secondary Business Education, Christopher William Jennings. Robert William Macbeth. Elizabeth Christina McGee. Colleen Margaret Williamson. Secondary Computer Science and Information Technology, Emily Davison. Rachel Julia Hall. Liam Gregory Henry. Mark Andrew Jones. Fiona Kenyon. Ryan Leslie Mather. Daniel McCune. Christopher Moore. Luke Paul Morris. Andrew Shakluna. Richard Bernard West. David Robert Williams. Secondary Design and Technology, Jessica Rose Anderson. Gary Anthony Clark. Charlotte Hazel Davey. Holly Margaret Gallagher. Tanya Maxwell. Secondary Drama, Emma Marie Benson. Secondary English, Nida Ali. Amy Samantha Barry. Molly Convery. Ross Alexander Cornwall. Lauren Jane Cranny. Rowan Andrew Davidson. Rachel Elizabeth Duckworth. Tiffany Joanne Dyer. Katie Victoria Evans. Melissa Catherine Fletcher. Rebecca Green. Robert Andrew Hayes. Emma Louise Hornby. Samantha Jade Hughes. Ruth Rebecca Jacob. Deborah Louise Kenrick. Stacey Lunt. Stephanie Dawnlunt. Megan Lavinia Manning. Stephanie Margaret Marsh. Naila Mohammed. Kerry Michelle Parkinson. Angela Pauline Penny. Sarah Prescott. Laura Ruth Prunty. Louise Elizabeth Martha Roberts. Rachel Elizabeth Seagraves. Hannah Elizabeth Smith. Heather Sutton. Jordan Michelle Swainson. Bethany Jane Tomeo. Charlotte Louise White. Lauren Jade Danielle Widowson. Danielle Josette Williamson. Meg Williamson. Martin Winters. Secondary Geography, Amy Helen Armstrong. Melissa Caroline Groves. Andrew Michael Hines. Susan McFarlane Jones. Rebecca Caroline Irene McCartney. Stephen Thomas Milner. Kirsty Ann Patterson. Zoe Danielle Genevieve Shaw. Secondary History, Lauren Jade Brealey. Rosie Olivia Culkin-Smith. Rachel Marie Jagger. Charlotte Catherine Joyce. Emma Louise McMillan. Francine Louise McPhail. James Charles William Nassif. Philip Matthew Pye. Rachel Elizabeth Shrimpton. Gregory James Thornton. Secondary Mathematics, Sahid Oriyomi Benson. Graham Anthony Criddle. Jodie Ann Foy. Rosanna Amy Harrison Pope. Beth Kearns. Rebecca Wilson. Declan Wynne. Secondary Modern Languages, Karen Addy. Laura Koppel. Jennifer Elizabeth Foles. Megan Gaffney. Maria Ismail. David Aaron Jones. Flora Zhu Yu Lloyd. Abby Louise Pesacino. Eileen Madeleine Jean-Pierre. Gerta Rugeshaw. Secondary Music, Jessica May Buckle. Michael Daniel Buckley. Jonathan Deacon. Georgia Elizabeth Owen. Emma Angarad Pritchard. Secondary Physical Education, Francesca Emma Barrett. Thomas Richard Booth. Daniel Carl Cunliffe. Amanda Michelle Douglas. Sean Gavin. Oliver Edward Higginson. Kyle Howarth. Jack Michael Kenny. Gillian Elizabeth Murphy. Fiona Kate Nuttall. Rhiannon Beth Roberts. Carl Andrew Scott. Stephen Carl Taylor. Samantha Jane Thomas. Liam West. Alex Reginald Winstanley. Sophie Ellen Wordland. Secondary Physics with Mathematics, Natalie Elizabeth O'Rourke. Secondary Religious Education, Janine Marie Coughlin. Danielle Kathleen Grimes. Grace Eleanor Hanson. Eleanor Rose Higson.
Ready? Helen Elizabeth Jones. Faye Catherine Mitchell. Chelsea Sarah Robinson. Jennifer Ann Sadler. Abby Danica Skidmore. Jenny Willen. Secondary Science Biology, Christopher Beach. Heather Blithen. Christian Brady. Melissa Rachel Campbell. Emma Jane Chadwick. James Finch. Mark Peter Harrison. Sarah Houston. Laura Ann Hulley. Emily Kate Kelly. Lisa Marie Kilgarriff. Rebecca Knipe. Alana McRoberts. Emma Louise Orr. Jamil Ahmed Rawat. Mark Philip Seifert. Jaroslava Sramkova. Hope Claire Stevens. Maria Turamani Duramani. Neil Trevethan. Secondary Science Chemistry, Rebecca Adcroft. Darshana Bhattacharya. Daniel Stephen Boyle. Mark Dunn. Anthony James Freight. Christian Francis Hunt. Victoria Rebecca Judge. Rachel Helen Long. Abigail Nadia Meadows. Gemma Elizabeth Moran. Ruth Margaret Nelson. Emily Jane Nuttall. Catherine Grace Perkins. Rachel Louise Robotham. Matthew Peter Tippler. Secondary Science Physics, Lucy Binks. William Spencer Marriott. Bradley Morton. The following students are presented for the award of Professional Certificate in Education with Qualified Teacher Status in the subject specialism of Secondary Business Education. Lauren Elizabeth Carson. Ellen Charmaine Green. David Alexander Hegarty. Monisha Ara Mustafa. Secondary Computer Science and Information Technology, Keelan John Joseph Barron. Luke Dominic Conti. Lauren Patricia Edwards. Stephen Joseph Reed. Claire Russon. Richard James Sadler. Secondary Drama, Jennifer Victoria Shaw. Secondary English, Liam Hardacre. Andrew David McCann. Connor Robert Merrick. Secondary Geography, Charlotte Alana Brealey. Sarah Elizabeth Calderbank. Secondary History, Carl David Andrew. Catherine Mary Gibbard. Daniel Stewart Hargreaves. Thomas James McManus. Alicia Marie Shanks. Secondary Mathematics, Louise Etty Ackrig. Victoria Louise Barker. Nathan Patrick Barry. Rebecca Coyle. Andrew John Dowd. Sarah Jane Elizabeth Ellis. Noelle Foley. Sangeeta Deva Hemraj Ramgulam. Stephen Christopher Hesketh. Jennifer Louise Hindle. Liam Ken Holden. Alexandra Joanne Hughes. Sarah Jill Johnston. Ola Kavanagh. Rebecca Louise Kinsella. Marie Bridget Lenehan. Kirsty Louise Maddox. Gary Patrick McAdam. Kira Rebecca McPartland. Maria Naylor. Abigail Rebecca Shaw. Shalowi Sher Doris Simbada. Joanne Sim. Katie Jessica Smith. Louise Stack. Aoife Sutton. Bastian Wall. Secondary Modern Languages, Sarah Ashley Vidler. Secondary Music, Alexander Josiah Edward Keeley. Abigail McAnini. Sophie Hannah Julia Ryder. Hannah Whittle. Connor John Yates. Secondary Physical Education, Dominic Peter Foy. Stephanie Alice Patterson. Claire Louise Topping. Brendan Joseph Vaughan. Chloe Louise Walker. Secondary Physics with Mathematics, Paul Frank Middleton Jones. Secondary Religious Education, Rachel Elizabeth Edwards. Eve Carol Ingham. Secondary Science Chemistry, Niamh Winifred Hickey. Aliyah Jawade. Leanne Amy Sugden. Chancellor, that concludes the presentation of students from the Faculty of Education.
Shake a lot of very sticky, sweaty hands. So I need to confer the awards. I just want to check with you that you are keen for me to give them their degrees, their awards. Yes. Someone just said, go on then. Would you like them? Yes. You don't want to start all over again? Yes. Okay then, well here we go. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Hold on to this moment, really, really sear it into your memory. It's a life-defining moment. It's the culmination of a lot of hard work. I'm very proud of you as your Chancellor. By the authority vested in me as Chancellor of Edge Hill University, I hereby confer the Edge Hill University Awards for which you have been presented, and I wholeheartedly congratulate you all. Take off your hats and wave them in the air. Well done. Phew. There we go. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Tanya Byron, and I am Chancellor of this wonderful university, of Edge Hill University. And for those of you who don't understand how the different roles work out in a university, the best way to describe to you my role is to explain to you that here at the university, I am the Queen. No, I actually really am the Queen. I am the Queen, yeah. This is my kingdom. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you all today and to hear the way you've been enjoying these celebrations. I shake over 4,000 hands a week, and actually some really sweet graduates have come up to me going, how's your hand, Chancellor? But it's a real pleasure because, as I just said, this is a life-defining moment, a moment that has to sit with you for the rest of your days, and I'm going to talk directly to you in a moment. But first of all, I need to respond very briefly to our honorary graduate, Johnny Vegas. Now, what can I say? Johnny Vegas, go on, what do you want to say? No, go on, what do you want to say? Actually, the first thing I want to say to you is, and this is actually on behalf of your son, I saw him eat a carrot at lunchtime. So, and you did eat a carrot, didn't you, Michael? Yes, there you go, see? So Dad was wrong. Yeah! Here at Edge Hill, we invite very special people to be on our list of honorary graduates, people who have links with the local community in the local area, but also people who have distinguished themselves in the careers that we are developing here at Edge Hill. And inviting Michael Pennington, Johnny Vegas here was really important to us for many reasons. Obviously for the links with St Helens and your love there and your connection still there. but also because, and I felt this very much reading your book, and if you haven't read his book, read it. It's a brilliant, brilliant book. Because of the honesty and the way that you talked about how you have gone through your career to achieve the success you have. And you talk very openly about those moments of intense self-doubt and those moments where you really didn't think that you were as good as everyone else was telling you that you were. Now, those moments that this incredibly successful man, we only think of him as a success, has written about, and do read the book, it's inspirational. You will have these moments, and I just want to talk to you a little bit about that. I want to talk to you about self-belief, and I want to talk to you about how you now move forward into the lives and the careers that you've chosen for yourselves. But before I do that, I just want to say there are some people here who have really, really supported you. They have encouraged you, they have taught you, they have dragged you sometimes to get through your degrees. And I'm talking about the faculty staff who are here today to support you as well. So I'm going to ask all the staff to stand up, and I'm going to ask you to show how much you appreciate the amount of dedication they have given you to get an internationally recognised, award-winning education degree. Please, would you stand up? So, almost 130 years ago, as you heard earlier on in the opening address, we were founded as a teacher training college for women. It was the first non-denominational teacher training college for women ever. So it represented a huge moment in terms of social change, social reform, and also the advancement of the education for women. And I am a female chancellor. I am the first chancellor of Edge Hill, and as a woman, I'm very proud to be chancellor of a university with such incredible history and incredible roots. And you will see in my robes, you will see the colours of the suffragette movement with which the university, then a teacher training college, had such profound links. So the philosophy of Edge Hill started and continues to be about inclusion, participation, and social change, and to some degree about revolution, about really, really, really challenging and pushing forward and innovating in ways that many will say aren't possible. I suppose here, given that we are talking about education, we should have a few seconds of silence for the very sad news that Michael Gove is no longer the Secretary of State for Education. But anyway, you have chosen a fundamentally important career to go in. You are actually, just so you know, prefrontal cortex engineers. You are working with the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that is responsible for rational thought, decision-making, problem solving, empathy, and all the other cognitive attributes we have that makes us a higher species. That's an impossibly, fundamentally core profession that you're in. And I cannot emphasize enough how much respect you have from me that you've chosen to go into this career. I've worked in health for 25 years. I qualified when I was very young, just so you know. And thank you. Thanks for laughing. I also work in the public sector, and it is an amazing, wonderful place to work, working with people, changing lives, enabling people to increase the quality of their life. But it's also very challenging, and the challenges are increasing. So there will be moments, and I'm telling you this from experience, there will be moments when you will feel really quite vulnerable, and you will wonder why on earth you chose this profession. Why did I want to do this? The amount of negative publicity that the teaching profession gets, we never hear any good stuff. The changes, the reform that has happened far too quickly in education, that means we're actually facing a crisis where we soon won't have enough qualified teachers to teach our children and young people. You will be sitting in the midst of this thinking, why am I doing this? And I just want to say to you this, you are doing this for the very same reason that you are here now. Because you know, in the core of who you are, this is what is right for you to do, and you believe in this. These are your values, these are your principles, and this is what makes you so much part of Edge Hill. You are part of social change, you are part of innovation, you are going to make a difference. Now, in those moments where you feel, what on earth am I doing here? Please come back here. Come back to us. Come back to your faculty. Come back to the directorate. Come back to me, your Chancellor. I am so proud to be your Chancellor. And we will remind you exactly why you're doing that and help you push through, because you are the future. And the fact that you're from Edge Hill makes me so very proud and makes me so very optimistic about the future educational chances of children and young people, because they have you, and never, ever, ever forget that. So, on behalf of myself, the Chancellor, and the entire cast of Harry Potter, I'd like to say, have a wonderful afternoon, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a song for our graduating class of 2014, will you please welcome Miss Lucy McHale.
Red, red rose.
Next week's Ormskirk Avatar title will read, Vegas inspires riot at university, and the mayor is involved. It doesn't look good. Apologies if what follows sounds like something from an EasyJet flight or a Michael Jackson video. Can I remind everybody that refreshments, including vegetables, will be available in the hub. Photographs can be taken throughout the campus, and should you feel so inclined, you can actually watch this on a video linked via the university website. So it's refreshments, photographs, website. They were supposed to join in at this point, but they've obviously let me down. So without further delay, I declare this congregation closed. Thank you.